Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Today we are building this Masonry blog layout. This is called Solo. I have everything linked down in the description below. There is a GitHub repository and a demo page. So let's get started. I have my project all set up here in VS Code. So let's start with an index.html and a style.css. Make this a little bigger for you. I think we can just close that. We'll do some boilerplate. And I'm going to call this the Solo Masonry blog. And we'll start with a header with a class of header, main with a class of main, and footer with a class of footer. So we have our header with navigation and a logo on the far left, and then we have social media on the far right. I also consider this to be navigation when I'm building out social media links. I have all of our SVGs and images ready to go. I decided to make this kind of a Parisian themed based on some of the titles in the blog. Not the nude though. I'm not going to do Parisian nude. But French Riviera. French Riviera was sort of inspiring me. Even though the French Riviera and Paris aren't anywhere near each other, I just saw France and I went with it. So, okay, here we go. So I'm going to make two containers. I'm going to put a div on the left and well, really a nav on the right. On the left, we do need to have a div here because that logo is included. And then for our navigation, the logo and the social media icons do appear in the slide out drawer, the off canvas navigation. So we will have a separate copy of the logo and the social media navigation icons not showing on desktop, only appearing on mobile. I'm not quite sure how this is going to work out yet. We're going to find out together how this works out. So I'm going to start with a div and a class of nav wrap, and I'm going to start with an h1 and a class of primary logo. And let's put here's our logo. I made this logo in Affinity Photo, and it always adds a couple extra lines that I don't need, so I just go ahead and delete those first two lines. And then I'm going to add aria hidden true. I'm also going to add a span with the class of access hidden called Masonry, Solo Masonry blog. And then we will write CSS for access hidden. So we won't actually see Solo Masonry blog on the page. We'll just see the SVG, but we do need to have text associated with it, especially since it's an H1 for the page. And then immediately after the H1, I'm going to do a nav with the class of navigation and a UL with the class of main nav. And then we have 5 links: home, travels, lifestyle, features, about. I probably won't remember any of that. Home. Lifestyle. Travel. Features, about. And then I'm going to do another nav called social. And we'll do a UL with the class of main social. Whoops. And I'll do an LI. And we have Instagram This is Twitter, but I grabbed an X icon, Pinterest, Facebook, YouTube, and an RSS feed. So I'm going to do a span with a class of access hidden. So we have Instagram. And I either get my icons from Ionicons or Font Awesome. And I can go ahead and leave that linked down below in the description. And we just make sure that we make all of our SVGs ARIA hidden true. Next we have X. Okay, and let's check and see how things look. I expect that things are going to be kind of a mess. That's okay. There's our logo. Yes, I swapped out the S for the A just because. So here's our navigation. Here's our giant SVGs. Beautiful. It's perfect. It's exactly how I would expect it to look. All right, so let's get into, so that's it. That's our header. It's pretty straightforward as headers go. So let's get into our main. And next we have a hero that does also appear to double as a blog post, which is completely fine. I went through and curated images. Generally, I don't think it's a great idea to put text over top of an image, but I did go through and find an image that had a lot of big blue sky, a lot of big blue clear sky. So I think we can get away with this in this situation. And then we just need to make sure that this title is linked. So let's start with the section. And then all of our titles are going to be H2s. So the title, all of these titles are going to be H2s. These are clearly categories. I'm not building a category filter on this one. And then it looks like this would be sort of like in the footer here, like a pseudo Instagram feed. I'm not going to pull in a third-party API or an Instagram API, but we'll just take the images that we have on hand and we'll build a little Instagram feed down here, or something that kind of looks Instagram-y. So we have a section with a class of hero, and then I'm going to put a figure tag with the class of figure. And this is where we'll put our image. And our images, we have an image folder, and this is the image that I chose. And we can take a look at that. We do want to make sure that we have good alt text. Let's open this up here. So we'll say the Eiffel Tower against a blue sky. Is that how you spell Eiffel? E-I-F-F-E-L. Eiffel Tower against a blue sky. You know, something descriptive, but it doesn't need to, you don't need to write a novel here. So this will be sufficient for our background image, and I'll show you how I like to position these. Next, we'll do an H2 with the class of secondary heading. Whoops. And this is 10 essential closet pieces. Oh, and above that we have lifestyle. So I'll put in a div with a class of category. Oh, and it looks like I missed 2 icons. So let's go grab these. So this is, I think, a share icon and a comment, like comment bubble icons. Did I get these? Maybe I already got these. I did get a share, but I didn't get a comment bubble. So let's go grab those. We could do this. So we'll grab our share, and presumably you would be clicking this. This would be a button. So you would be clicking this so you could share this. They don't really give us any indication in the mock-up of what you're sharing. In the navigation up here at the top in the header, I interpret this as being like the social profiles for this site, not the things that you're necessarily sharing. So we'll go ahead and include this as a button, but I don't really have any indication in the mockup of what we're sharing here. So, and that's pretty typical because I think these are purposely made to be sort of generic, so organizations can decide for themselves how they want that to function. So, and then this would just be a comment count. So I don't think this would be interactive. It would just be simply a count of how many comments exist on this piece. So this will be a div, and then this would be, we'll go ahead and make that a button. So I'll create a div, and I'm going to call this meta wrap because I think of that kind of information as being kind of like the metadata about the post. And I try to be descriptive. So first we've got comments. We'll do comment count. And I'm going to do a span. Whoops. With a number, and then we'll go ahead and put in our chat bubbles. And we'll add aria hidden true. And that's so a screen reader doesn't come through and read that SVG. Yeah, that looks right. So we have the number. Oh, we probably want to reverse these. Comes after our little chat bubble. And then after our comment count, I'm going to put a button. And this would be a type equals button. And we'll also put an aria label called share. And then here is our share icon. Also aria hidden true. Just like that. Okay. Next, I'm going to do one section for our blog posts. And then, but I think each section, maybe not a section, because a section does need to have its own header. Let's refresh our memories. MDN section, the generic section content. The section element represents a generic standalone section of a document which doesn't have a more specific semantic element to represent it. Sections should always have a heading with very few exceptions. So I'm not going to use a section because it doesn't have its own heading. Each of the blog posts will be in an article and they will each have their own heading of an H2, but we don't have a separate heading. I mean, we could add one. Semantically, it is the correct thing to do. No, I'm going to stick with the mockup. I think it's okay to proceed as normal. And we do have a section for our header because the hero section does have its own heading. So we can just proceed with the div. That's perfectly fine. So we'll say div grid columns. Well, we might want to call this Masonry columns, because that's really what it is. And then we'll create an article with a class of item. And then we'll have a figure with an image. Figure with a class of figure. And then here's our images. And I'm just going to go down the line and select these. And what is this? I'm going to call this the Eiffel Tower in autumn because the leaves on those trees look very autumnish to me. So Eiffel Tower on sunny day in autumn. And then I'm going to do a div with a class of category. Category lifestyle. And then we have an H2 with a class of secondary heading. And French Riviera. I think those can be on one line. And then we have some lorem ipsum, but I did grab some French themed lorem ipsum. Let me go find that. Very generic, but still French themed. Just a little bit of ambiance, right? A little bit of atmosphere. And then we have the same as we have up in our header, or excuse me, the hero. So I'm just going to copy that. Let's see how this looks. Yep, this looks exactly how I would expect it to look. So I'm going to finish getting all of these articles filled in, and then we will start working on our markup from the footer. All right, and we have our content all filled in. Not going to look too amazing. It looks exactly how I would expect it to look. So, very French, very HTML unstyled. Let's go ahead and get our footer in place. And I'm going to leave out, like I said earlier, this load more posts because I use CSS columns to make Masonry layouts, and a load more button for a CSS column Masonry layout is just not practical. The way the content is organized in columns and not in rows, and you'll get a much better sense of that as we do that styling. But for now, yeah, I am going to leave out the load more button. It's just not practical. So, whoops, what happened here? There we go. Okay, next our footer. Why do you keep doing that? There we go. Okay, next our footer. So I'm going to put in a div with the class of Instagram wrap. And then I think we can just go ahead and do, there are 5 here. I'm going to do 6 because you'll see why, but that's going to make our mobile styles a lot better. So I'm going to do a figure with a class of figure. And then we'll put in an image, and I'm going to borrow from the images that we already have. And then let's make sure that we grab our alt text. All right, and there's our alt text for our Instagram wrap. And then immediately beneath that, I'm going to put, so we have our logo on the far left, and then we have contact me and another social media follow on the far right. So I'm going to make 2 containers, one for, although we could probably do CSS grid, right? We could do CSS grid for this part of the footer, and it would save us from having to create a bunch of extra divs. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So this is just going to be a div, or really, I don't even know if this needs, yeah, it does need to be a div because I think there should be some text associated with the logo. So I'm going to say div primary logo. I'm not sure if that conflicts with anything that I have in the header. Kind of does. But if the styles are the same, I'm not sure that it really matters. I'm not sure that it really matters if it's a div or an H1, right? We'll try it. We can always adjust our markup if we need to. But it's always nice when you can reuse markup and styles. And then contact me. So I'll just say div contact. And then I'm going to do an H3. Contact me. I'm going to put this inside of a paragraph tag. And then I'm also going to borrow our social nav. Because I think we can reuse this markup as well. But I think, no, yep, this is everything. Everything that is here also appears in up here. So I know that there are still some mobile considerations for the navigation. I'm not going to worry about that right now. So I'm going to add those buttons and add the hidden containers when we actually get to that. I really want to dig into the desktop styling for now and get started putting all that together. I tend to do things in I don't do everything all at once. So I'm not going to style the entire header all at once. I tend to go from top to bottom 2 or 3 times in order to get everything done. It's just a better way for me to work. It's a better approach for me. I also get really impatient if I have to work on one thing for too long. I just don't enjoy that process. So I like this a lot better. So I'm going to start with some root and base styles. And I'm just going to define some color variables for now. So I'm going to start with white. And black, which I never use true black. I usually use 222, which is just more like a dark charcoal gray. Light gray. And these are colors that I've just sort of discovered over time that I like to use. This is sort of a lighter light gray, or a darker light gray, I guess. And then let's grab that gold color from our SVG logo, which is right here. And we can convert it to an hex just like that. And then let's also check to see whether or not this gold color is accessible. I have doubts. But let's check. So I'm going to do color contrast checker. So if our foreground is, if our foreground is the gold color and our background is the white color, so this does pass for graphical objects and user interface components, and it passes for AA large text, but it will not work on normal or small text. Now the rules are different for logos. So it's okay if this logo uses this color. So I'm not worried about that because we do have this SVG, the rules are just different for logos. They don't have to have the same contrast or accessibility considerations. We also have a span with some screen reader friendly text to say what this is. So I'm not concerned about that, but our mock-up, especially here, shows, well, I guess this is okay, right? We could use this for our icons. It's okay for graphical user interface items, but it's not going to be okay for this right here unless we make it much bigger. So large text is, let's see if it says here what it is. It just says large text. Oh, large text is defined as 14 points, typically 18.66 pixels, and bold or larger. That's pretty big. Let's see if we can make that work. So 18.66 and bold or larger. If it looks okay, I'm happy to do it in order for it to be accessible. And then we can continue to use the gold as an accent color. So let's see how it goes. Next, we also need to get our fonts. So I already sort of pre-selected our fonts, and there are two families. There's a family called Carla and Lato. Carla is the title and the category. Lato is the paragraph text. So I'm not sure why we needed to use two different fonts for this, because when I look at these fonts, they look very similar to me. It doesn't make any sense to me to use two such similar fonts on a site where I don't know the reasoning behind that, other than the designer who made this thought it was a great idea, obviously. We can go ahead and use both fonts, that's fine. It means we have to decide which one is going to be set on the body, and then where are we going to change the fonts every place else. So my instinct is that we would set Carla on the body, and then for paragraph tags, we would just go ahead and specify Lato. So I think that makes sense. So we'll go ahead and do that. So I'll grab this embed code and I'll put it right up here. Let's also link our style sheet, style.css. That style sheets should always come after the links to the fonts. And then let's grab, I'm just going to make a copy of this. And then for Lato, so I'm actually thinking now, maybe for Lato, I'm not going to grab all 10 styles. I think I'm just going to grab regular since I'm only going to use Lato on the paragraphs. That makes sense to me. So let's copy the updated code. And then we'll copy this. Okay, I'm feeling a little more comfortable now. Feeling a little more comfortable now using two fonts. Designers really don't like it when you question their font choices or any of their design choices for that matter, but I don't actually know this designer, so I guess I can question anything I want, right? Okay. Next, do a couple of styles here. Well, for HTML, I like to say box sizing, border box. And then I do the same thing to wildcards, before and after. And then on the body element, I usually say padding 0, margin 0. We'll go ahead and grab our font information for Carla. Font weight, I'm just going to set to 400. And then I'm going to say font size, 100%. Line height, I like to set to 1.65. Line height is meant to be a unitless number. I think the browser will accept pixels, ems, rems, things like that, but it's really intended to be a unitless number. Line height is a multiple of your font size. And then I'm going to set the default color to black. So that's for our text, and a background color to white. And it's important that you always set a background color. If you leave that off, it is essentially transparent, but it defaults to white because that's what the user agent style sheet generally says, right? But a user could have a different setting in their browser, and if you didn't explicitly set your background color, it could change the background color of your site. So I recommend making sure that you always set a background color on your body element. And then I'm just going to do some base styles. So for figures, I always say margin 0 because the browser always adds margin. For images, I say display block, max width 100%, and height auto. And that makes your images nice and responsive. And then for SVGs, oh, and it's worth noting that images by default are display inline. SVGs by default are also display inline, and I find it really helpful to make sure that SVGs are just set to display block. It just solves so many of the problems that I have with SVGs. And then just to sort of get my document, our web page under control, I'm going to put a width and the height on the SVGs, which is likely going to change. I just want to, just like this, I just wanted to get this page kind of under control and not have it feel so out of control with those gigantic SVGs. So that's definitely going to change. I just wanted to be able to have a better view here and get things under control. The other thing that we really need to look at with our SVGs is most SVGs have inline styles that control the color. So this is a perfect example here. This is the SVG for our logo. Now, I want this to have inline styles. I'm not planning to change these styles, so I'm perfectly fine with this. But for most of our icons, I don't want them to have inline styles. I want to be able to control those with CSS. But if they have inline styles, it's going to be very difficult to control. So I'm just going to go through and glance at some of these SVGs and see if we have any inline styles. Right here, this is a perfect example. So this is the Facebook icon. It has a fill of current color. I'm going to remove that current color attribute. In fact, let's just go ahead and highlight it and see if we can find it any place on the page. And it's everywhere. So I'm going to delete current color, but I'm not going to take out the fill attribute. I'm just going to leave it empty. So let's go back up to the top. Let's just search for stroke. And we can see here that there's lots of stroke. The thing that we're looking for is something like this, a stroke attribute. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. A stroke attribute that is also filled in either with a color or current color. So maybe we can just search here. Current. And I don't see that anywhere on the page, so that's a good sign. And you can see now that the current color attribute removed that purple and everything is black. That's exactly what we want. Let's scroll down to the footer and everything is black. So that just kind of clears those styles for us and leaves it so we can do a lot more styling with CSS. So if you're having trouble styling your SVGs, the two things that I recommend are setting your SVGs to display block and then checking your SVGs to make sure you don't have any inline color styles like a stroke or a fill, specifically something that says current color. If you do those two things, you're going to find you will have a lot more success styling your SVGs. And the last thing that I'm going to do is add a set of styles for our access hidden class. And I'm going to copy and paste this in. And these styles hide text. Well, they really hide anything on screen visually, but they make it that it's still accessible for a screen reader. So it's incredibly handy for hiding text, but still making it accessible to assistive devices or screen readers. So this is a really good set of styles for accessibility. This is what I start with. I often come back and add additional global styles as I'm styling. I don't add a lot of styles if I don't actually need them. So likely I will come back and add more base or global type styles, but this is what I'm just going to start with for this project, and we'll add more if we need them. All right, let's go ahead and start with this header. Here it is. Let's blow it up a little bit. So I feel like this container, I tend to set my, so I'm not really going to set a maximum with container on anything, because the way I'm interpreting this is that maybe we just have an even amount of padding all the way around these items, and that this is for the most part going full width. So that's the approach that I'm going to take. If we need to adjust our approach, we can do so. So I'm going to start with the header, and I'll go ahead and give it some padding. I'm guessing about 3 rems at this point. And then we have 2 containers. We have the nav wrap, and then we have the social. So I'm going to flexbox everything inside the header. So we'll go display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content, space between, align items, center. Yep, that's about what I would expect. Then starting with just the nav wrap, which I'm not even certain I would put any styles on the nav wrap. I just needed it as a container. So really, what I really want to do is kind of jump into the navigation, and I'm more inclined to style just the unordered list. We need a nav container because that's the semantic correct way to display navigation. Mostly though, this element is going to come in really helpful when we do our mobile styles. So let's just jump in to the navigation for desktop. So we'll do main nav, padding 0, margin 0, and list style type none. Oh, and you know what? We actually forgot something. we actually forgot normalize. How did I forget normalize? So normalize is a browser reset. Normalize CSS. And normalize just sort of smooths out all of those browser styles that each individual browser applies. And browser styles these days aren't that different, not like it used to be back in 2013, 2014. Well, when did I start? I started in about 2009, 2010. Especially when we were dealing with old versions of Internet Explorer, you really had to have a reset. These days, it's not as bad, but it's still a really good idea. Normalize. There we go. Did I spell it right? I put it in the wrong place. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now we have our browser reset. Can't believe I forgot that. Actually, yes, I can believe I forgot that. And that just helps smooth out some of those styles. Okay. Back to the CSS. So we take these default styles off of the unordered list, and then I'm also going to use Flexbox. So display flex, flex flow, row no wrap, space, justify, I do it every time. It's justify content. This time I'm going to use center, and align items also center, because I'm not really defining the width of this container. And then I'm going to define a gap of 2 rems. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. And I am going to style the nav wrap because I need the logo and the navigation next to each other. So we're going to do the same thing here. Display flex, flex flow, row no wrap, justify content center, align items center, gap 2 rems. We could combine nav wrap and main nav. And if we decide at a later time to sort of refactor our CSS and do that, we can. For now, I'm going to leave them separate. So now that's nice and lined up. And our logo is not supposed to be that small, so let's make that a little bigger. So if I was guessing, and I can kind of measure here, so 70, we'll say 78 by 78. So a calculator. So 78 divided by 16, 4.875 rems. Let's just call it 5 rems. How about that? I'm just going to call it 5 rems. So our primary logo, SVG, come back up here. This is the primary logo, SVG. We're going to say width, 5 rems, height, 5 rems. Although, you know what? See, every time I do that, every time I round, I feel guilty. 4.875. I'm just going to do what it actually is. I don't know why that is. I just want to round it, but I just feel guilty as soon as I do it. I don't know why. Okay. So now we have the correct size. Let's see here. 78 by 78. Perfect. Perfect. So let's give our let's give our a little more styles here. We might need a little more gap here, like maybe 3 rems of gap. Where is that here? 3. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, so let's do just a little more styling to that text. So that's the main nav. I didn't put a class on the list item or the anchor element, and that's fine. That's fine. You can put classes there. You cannot put classes there. It's completely up to you. Usually I do. I guess I didn't this time. So this is the main nav anchor element. And I'm going to say text transform uppercase, letter spacing 1 pixel. I like it. And then I'm going to remove the underline, but we're going to add the underline on hover or active. So I'm going to say text decoration color is transparent. And then I'm going to say the text decoration thickness is 3 pixels. And then I'm going to say the text underline offset is 5 pixels. And then we're going to add a focus hover active. So we'll say focus hover active, and these are our pseudo classes, and pseudo classes represent the state of an element. So they're not an element themselves, they are the state of an element. We'll say text decoration color can be black. And then let's also add a transition. So we'll say text decoration color 300 milliseconds, ease in out. There we go. And we need to actually set the color here too, don't we? So we want the navigation to be black. There we go. And now we have this nice, smooth, hover active focus. And then let's add an active class. So if you had JavaScript to detect which page you were on and what link was associated with that page, you would add an active class. So we could go here and add an active class, and now it's styled. So this is sort of, we call this You Are Here navigation. So, okay. And let's get this social icons styled as well. And we can probably, let's just take the width and the height off of those. And here's our social nav. And we also have a class of main social. And that's an unordered list, so we have to take off the default padding, margin, and the list style type of none. And then I'm also going to do display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content center, align items center, and let's see here. Probably a gap of like 1.5 rems. Whoops, 1.5 rems. And then let's make sure that our main social SVGs have a width and a height. So I'm going to say a width of 1.25 rems, I'm guessing, and a height of 1.25 rems. that looks pretty good. I actually think it should be a little bit smaller, maybe just 1 rem. That seems awfully tiny though to me. I guess it's okay. I have to say I like it a tiny, just a smudge bigger. We also need to make sure that we have a tap target on these. So the minimum tap target needs to be 48 by 48. Right now it's 20 by 20. So we're going to add some padding to the anchor element. And in order to do that, we have to make it display block. So we'll say main social, anchor element, display block, and then let's just start with 1 rem of padding and see how that goes. 52 by 52. Yeah, that's perfect. Maybe if we wanted to bring down, maybe we could just bring that down to 1.1. Yeah, I like that actually. And then we could definitely reduce our gap. We don't need that much gap. I like it. I like it. So I'm going to take down the gap to 0.25, and I'm going to take down the SVG to 1.1 rems. And beautiful. Now let's make sure that we have a focus, hover, and active on these. And we are going to use the gold to transition those. So let's check and see if we're dealing with fill or if we're dealing with stroke. So on the SVGs, I just want to do a little bit of an experiment. So let's start with fill, var. Actually, let's just do red and see what changes. Okay, so we know that the fill controls all of the SVGs except for the X. So now let's do stroke. Let's see what stroke can handles. We'll do blue. Okay, and we know now that stroke controls the X. So I'm going to use fill and stroke anytime I style the SVGs for main social. And that's just to cover my bases. So I'm going to set, this is also a really good way to just test and make sure you actually have control. So we're going to set default black, which is our color black, not the SVG color black, which would be 000. Our color black is 222. So we're getting now the correct color of black. And then let's make sure that we have a background color of transparent. And I'm just going to put a slight border radius of 5 pixels. And we'll start with a focus, a hover, and an active. And we're going to change these 3 things. So we're going to change the fill to, I guess, white. We'll try it. Maybe we want to keep it black. The background color is going to be gold. Oh, and really, yeah, we really need that background color on the anchor because we need that padding, don't we? Yeah. So we're going to transition 2 elements. So we'll do main, social, focus. Let's see here. And then it's hover, and then it's active. And we are transitioning the background color to gold. So when we hover on the, we're gonna have to change this also. So when we hover on the anchor element, we are changing the background color from transparent to gold. Then when we hover on the anchor element, we are transitioning, we are triggering the SVG, but the hover, the active, the focus, that is happening on the anchor element. So I think this will work now. There we go. Perfect. So now let's actually add a transition to smooth that out a little bit. So we'll say transition, background color, 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. And then we have to do the same for the SVG. So we'll say transition, and I'm just going to say all. You can list them out individually, or you can use the keyword all. Perfectly fine either way. There we go. Now we have a nice smooth transition. Beautiful. Love it. Very nice. There's our header. Okay, so there's some additional stuff here going on. Why is that so tall? Okay, it's because our H1 has some default margins. So let's take that off of there. It's margin 0. Oh, primary logo H1. Oh, wrong one. That's the SVG. So we need a separate primary logo. There we go. What do we think? I think we don't quite need 3 rems. That's what I'm thinking. Where is our padding? Right here. Probably that looks a little better to me. We might get a better sense of this once we actually start working on the mobile styles, or once we just get the rest of the page styled. So yeah, this looks, I'm really happy with this header though. So let's jump in and get this hero styled. All right, I'm gonna collapse this. So here's our hero section. And the first thing that I'm going to do is say position relative on the hero container. And then I'm going to absolutely position the figure against that hero. And we are going to have to hold open this container, because we don't have enough text here to just hold the container open organically. And I'm kind of guessing that the aspect ratio of this image is 16:9, which is sort of that traditional laptop experience, right? So I'm going to say hero, figure, position absolute. I'm going to say top 0, left 0, width 100%, height 100%. Whoops. So we can see now that the figure tag is absolutely positioned to the section. Now we need to get this image sort of pasted inside to the figure. So I'm going to say hero figure image. It's about as specific as we're going to get in this build right here. Generally with vanilla CSS, I don't need to get this specific, but I didn't put a separate class on that image, and that's just sort of how, it's just sort of how I do things. So this level of specificity is absolutely fine, but you're likely not going to see me get any more specific than this. So I'm going to say width 100%, height 100%, object fit, cover. Now we see that image really pasted in to the section. But we can't actually see anything that is inside. So let's make sure that this has some z index. So I'm going to say on the parent z index 0. And then on the figure, I'm going to say z index -1. There we go. So now we can see our text, and there's our, you can see here, teeny tiny 15 and our button. So and this container is giant. I don't know why this container is so giant. Oh, because that SVG is so big. And we can't really see our some of our SVGs right now because we took out the inline styles. So that would be helpful if we could see those. So let's just put in a fill of black, whoops, and a stroke of black, just so we can see until we get to that styling. There, now you can see it. So, and honestly, let's go back and add a height and a width just to maintain our sanity. Those can easily be overridden. Okay, so now you get a much better sense of us needing to hold open the section. I suppose we could hold open the section or the figure. I think maybe it might be better on the figure to hold that open with an aspect ratio. Yeah, we have to change that to auto. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I'm also wondering if we can just change this to inset 0, which I think makes more sense. So now we can see that we have a perfect aspect ratio for this image. But yeah, we actually need to put the aspect ratio on the parent container because it's taking it out of the flow. So we need to put the aspect ratio on the hero, not the figure. So I'm going to change this back to 100%. I'm going to take this aspect ratio off the figure. And we'll say width, 100%, height, auto, aspect ratio 16:9. Now you can see all the content has dropped beneath the section. And you can see there, now we're nice and responsive. Now this is flowing exactly the way I would expect it to. All of the content is coming after the hero, which means that putting the aspect ratio on the section holds that section open and keeps it in the flow, whereas the figure is out of the flow, but it's positioned absolutely to the section. So that's exactly what we want. I think hero images can be really complex. It's taken me a long time to come up with a method that I really like for how I style hero images. I don't recommend setting hero images as a background, because then it's not accessible. You don't have access, the screen reader doesn't have access to it. And I can tell you that content creators, the people who are in charge of image sourcing and writing content, they work hard to find the right images, and they generally want those images to have a lot of SEO value. They want them to have be accessible by a screen reader. They're an important part of the page, right? So look for ways to style images, especially hero images that are not background images. That is my best advice. So I think this is a method that really, really works. Now let's go ahead and style. We have this category, the secondary heading, and the meta wrap. This is all content now that is over top of the image. So I am going to style this with Flexbox, and I think we can get this aligned really nicely in the center of this image. So that's our hero. So I'm going to say display flex, display flex. And for flex flow, I'm going to say column, no wrap. And then for justify content, center, and align items, center. And I'm going to give everything a gap of 1 rem. And let's see how that looks. That's almost perfect. That is almost perfect. I mean, we have more styling to do here, obviously. But this is putting everything in the center exactly where I want it. So let's start with, I suppose if we were smart, we would put a container behind this, wouldn't we? Yeah. So as much as I hate doing it, you do have to sometimes add containers as you're styling. So we'll do a div with a class of content wrap, or we'll call it a hero wrap. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. And then let's take this. Hero wrap. I'm going to give this a max width of 768 pixels, and then margin 0 auto. That's a nice little container. So now our hero wrap, it's centered along the horizon, the x-axis, but we also need it to be centered in the center. Centered in the center, center along the y-axis. So I'm going to say display flex. We're going to flexbox this again. Flex, wrap, and then align content center. And we're going to have to, there we go. And you can see now that that content is nice and responsive, and our section isn't getting any smaller. So the aspect ratio is 16:9 until the content fills the entire space, and that's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we want. So we obviously need some more styles here, but so far this is doing what I want it to. So this looks great. So let's give this a little more attention. So we lost some of our width. I do still want this to be a width of 768 pixels, and that is just a common iPad portrait width, and the browser still measures everything in pixels. So you can see here in Chrome that as we kind of scrub back and forth, everything is a pixel value. So doing media queries and determining widths in pixel values is perfectly fine. It is still an appropriate, preferable method for measuring your browser size. So there's nothing wrong with that. So here is 768, right about here. That's how wide I want this to be. So let's change this to a width of 768 and a max width of 100%. So now we have the width that we want, but we can still shrink. Perfect. So now let's add some padding to that and put a background on it. So I'm going to add some padding of 2 rems, and I'm going to give this a background color with some alpha transparency. So we want 255, 255, 255, that's for white. And then I'm going to give this alpha transparency of 85%. This is just where we're going to start. And I think we can make this a little lighter. It needs something. It needs something. That's great. We'll start with this. And then let's start with our category. So we know from the contrast checker that in order to use this gold color, we have to use and to pass the WCAG AA requirement for large text, we need 18.66 pixels. So let's get out our calculator. 1 rem is 16 pixels. So 18.66 divided by 16 is 1.16625. Okay, I think I can remember that. Can I remember that? Or should I just want to copy it. 1.16625. Let's do this. We'll just call this large. 1.16625 rems. So that's our large rem value for text. So I'm just going to style the category for that because we are using that everywhere. So I'm going to say font size, large, and color, gold. We'll see how it looks, right? We'll give it some letter spacing of 1 pixel, and we'll say text transform uppercase. I think that looks fine. I think that looks fine. That doesn't look too big to me at all. .16625 rems. I love it. Oh, and it needs to be bold also. That was the other requirement. And bold or larger. No problem. And let's just change a couple of these around. I don't know, I'm a little particular about the order in which I do things. Don't ask me why. I don't have a good explanation. And then we'll do font weight 600. I think that looks great. I think that looks great. I'm down with it. It's nice and readable. Perfect. And we may make this background a little bit darker. Maybe 75% is better. Beautiful. And then let's style this secondary heading specific to the hero. This is clearly bold. These are not bold. That's fine. This is also white. I mean, all of that's white. We're not going to make ours white. We're going to keep ours dark. So the hero secondary heading. We'll do a font size of 3 rems, and I'm going to remove the margin. And I'm also going to change the line height to 1.25. It is pretty boring. We could change the background to black and make the text white. I don't love this though. I'm going to change it back to a white background. And let's just keep going. We're going to figure it out here. Maybe we want to go with like a lighter gray, not super light gray, but just not black. But let's keep going and getting the rest of this styled. So we have our meta wrap with a comment count and an SVG. And then we have a button. So we have a couple things to style here. So I think that we could, and we're using this markup, meta wrap, comment count, button. We're using it throughout the entire build. So I think that this is something we should try to, make work for everything in terms of the layout. So we'll do meta wrap, comma, comment count, both display flex, both flex flow, row no wrap, justify content center, and then align items center, and then a gap of 1 rem. Yep, we just need to adjust the size. So I think we could, how much you want to bet we can just adjust this for everything? Yeah, that looks great. I don't know if we need a full, I don't think we need a full rem of gap though, do we? Maybe just 0.5. Yeah, and then let's style this button. This button does need to have a tap target of 48 by 48, but the SVG doesn't need to be 48 by 48. So let's just start with the button. And I'm not going to, what I've done in the past, and it kind of just seems to come back to haunt me, is doing a lot of global styles for buttons. And that just doesn't seem to work well for me, or it hasn't on my last couple of builds, so I'm not going to do it this time. Instead, I'm just going to style the button specific to, what do we have here? I'm just going to style the button specific to the meta wrap. So I'm going to say border, none, background color, transparent. The SVG is the color that I want. Buttons by default are display inline block. So I'm not going to change the display, but I am going to change the amount of padding that it has. So I'm just going to do 1 rem of padding. And it's going to space things out a little bit here, but now we have a minimum tap target of 49.59, which is what we want if somebody's coming through and tapping on this. And then let's make sure that we have a cursor of pointer. So now our cursor changes. And actually that's perfect because our little share icon has a gap. It has a gap. It's a little further away, which makes me think that we could just take out this gap altogether. Well, maybe we need a little bit of gap. Just a tiny bit. Yeah, that looks great because our little chat bubble and our comment count isn't interactive. I mean, there's nothing in the mockup that says that's interactive. But our share button presumably would be interactive. That's something that people would click on. So let's also give this a hover. So instead of just relying on the cursor changing, let's also give this a hover, just like we did for our social icons, just to make it obvious. So we'll do a focus, hover, whoops, active, and we're going to change that background color to gold, which means that we also need to change the SVG. So right now, that SVG, and I'm just going to go ahead and set the I'm not sure if it's a fill or a stroke, so let's test it and see here. It is a fill. Perfect. So I'm going to set it to black. We're going to use these styles and add the SVG trigger. So when it's focusing, we trigger the SVG. When it's hover, we trigger the SVG. And when it's active, we trigger the SVG. And then we're going to change that fill, whoops, to white. And then I'm also going to give this a border radius of 5 pixels. Just like that. Now it's a very obvious interactive element for the users. And then let's add a little bit of a transition. We're transitioning the background color. "300 milliseconds, ease in out." Those are just the styles that I like to use. Then we're going to transition the SVG, transitioning the fill, 300 milliseconds, ease in out. There we go. Now we have a nice transition, a nice tap target. Beautiful. I love it. Okay, let's see what we can do. Here's what I want to do with this H2. Let's go ahead and actually set a color here. So in order to test color, we have to add a color. So let's add black. And then you can see here in the browser, if we click on the black, we see here what the color contrast is. Let's see if we can just adjust this, make it a little more gray, maybe a little more, just a little softer, right? Just a little bit softer. I mean, that to me is very noticeable. That is very noticeable, that little soft. We can also, I don't know if this is actually a good idea, but we could technically go in and color pick and look for different colors related to the image, right? Could grab a blue from the sky. Could grab something like that directly from the image. I don't love that. It kind of has a little orangey tinge on it. What if we go up and grab a blue? I mean, it doesn't meet the contrast, but we could still play with it here, right? I mean, I'm kind of actually liking this. And that blue and gold go together, ties into the image and that nice blue sky. We could really lean into blue. I like that too. This is a little more leaning navy. Yeah, I'm going to go right there. I love it. I love it. And then let's save this blue color. Just make sure that we have it. So now we know that that is accessible. Let's go ahead and where are we here? There are lots of ways to color pick and find color contrast that works. Lots of ways to do it. I really like this. I have a couple more ideas here of what I want to do. I am thinking that we need this background color to be a little bit darker. It's still just a little too light for my liking. Yeah, I'm going to set that maybe to 80%. Let's do that. Even just that 5% bump made the chat bubble, the number 15, and that icon a little more visible. Where is that? Right here. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Okay, so a couple more things here that I want to do to this, to just give it a little more zhuzh. So we have 2 rems of padding. Let's see how this looks if we are increasing our padding. We wouldn't want to go more than 4 rems because then we're going to start, our text is going to start wrapping. So let's go 4 rems and then let's add a border. Let's add a border. So next I'm going to use a pseudo element on the hero wrap. And we'll use before. So this is a pseudo element. We are basically creating an element within the hero wrap that acts as a child of the hero wrap. And in order to sort of trigger this or make sure that it gets added to the DOM is you have to use the keyword content, but you don't have to add content. You just need to make sure that property exists. And I'm going to set this to display block. Let's make sure that our hero wrap is position relative because I am going to use positioning. So it's display block. I want the width to be a calculation of 100% minus 2 rems. The padding is 4 rems. I want it to be minus 2 rems. I think I have that right. I'm going to do the same on the height. Oh, I think, does it need to be, I think 2 is fine. And then we'll say position absolute, top, nope, this does need to be 4. This does need to be 4. And then we say top, 2 rems, left, 2 rems, and we have a border of 2 pixels, solid, and let's do gold. There, that really makes a big difference. Let's try the light gray. Can't really see that. The white. I thought the white would stand out a little bit more. I knew the gold would stand out, but it's a little harsh. Let's see how the blue looks. I mean, let's try the gold again and just see how that looks. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of like it. I think something, though, that I don't like seeing it in full screen is how big the aspect ratio is. So I think I'm going to adjust the overall aspect ratio here. Right now it's 16:9. I think I'm going to change this to 16:7. There we go. And I'm also going to change the position of the image. I want, right now, the default positioning is the center of the image. So if we're going back and forth here, you can see that the center is always the focal point. It's always in the center. I want to pull this image up a little bit. So let's look at the object fit cover. Let's do object position, and it's X, Y. So the x-axis, we want it to remain centered, but on the y-axis, we want it to be from the bottom. And you can see here that instantly lifted that image up. Perfect. We do lose the top of our Eiffel Tower, though, don't we? So maybe I can change this to 16:8. There we go. So the bottom of our banner is going to be hidden kind of beneath the fold. But we can still see here that once we scroll down and get this section into frame, that's okay. And of course, this is not responsive yet, but what is happening is that our content is holding that section open, and that's exactly what we want. So, okay, so I'm going to move on because we're going to come back and make sure that these styles are responsive, and I want to make sure that we get the rest of this page styled. Real quick though, I am noticing that we lost control of our button because we have this pseudo element positioned over top of this box. So the way we take care of that is we're just going to say pointer events none. And now we have control of our button again. We can select text. This is working how I would expect. So let's go ahead and style our columns now. And this is the blog Masonry grid. Well, we'll just call it columns. All right, next we are going to create our Masonry columns. And it's worth noting that content is not arranged left to right in rows. It's arranged top to bottom in columns. So the first blog post is the post that is in the lower right-hand column. The last blog post is the blog post that is in the upper left-hand column. So as you add content, the columns shift. Again, not arranged in rows. And for that reason, I am not going to include the load more posts button, because as we load more posts, the columns will shift. The columns will have completely different content if we do that. So this layout really isn't practical for dynamic content and a dynamic loading of more posts. The blog posts are not dated. There are lots of ways that you can display content. It doesn't need to be dynamic. Not every website is a content management system or dynamically loading content. So there's still plenty of reasons why this is a good layout. And if somebody out there has a way to make a Masonry layout without JavaScript that arranges content in rows from left to right, I would love to know about it, because there isn't anything in the current CSS spec that I'm aware of that supports that. And for that reason, I use a column-based layout. So just know that your content is arranged in columns, not in rows, not left to right. So with that being said, let's get started building our columns, because this is shockingly easy. Let's find our markup here. I need to refresh my memory of what our class names are. So Masonry columns is the parent container. Masonry, there we go. And I'm just going to say columns 3 auto. And that instantly arranges everything into, this is the footer, instantly arranges everything into columns. So we obviously need to give this a little more styling. Now, there's a few other things that we have to do here. So our content is getting broken up. So this content right here actually belongs with this blog post down here. So let's fix that first. And that's article item. And we're going to say break inside, avoid. Now our article is no longer breaking. So that's awesome. Now we have our top row is the top of those images. So let's do a little bit more. I think we can give this a gap. I'm going to give this a pretty big gap of 4 rems. Nice. And then let's give this entire thing some padding. So if we look here, we did 2 rems of padding around the header. Let's do 4 rems of padding. We did 4 rems of gap, so let's do 4 rems of padding around the entire container. There we go. Look at that. I love it. I think what I would like to do is do 4 columns, just because my screen is so big. I mean, it practically builds itself. It's amazing. And then let's do a couple of media queries. I love Masonry layouts. I have loved Masonry layouts for a very long time, since I ever laid my eyes on Pinterest. And they're very difficult to do in rows. It's very difficult. The CSS spec doesn't support it. You can do it with JavaScript. I personally don't like the libraries that do it. I think it's just a bit much. So I do it in columns. It's not going to be appropriate for everything, but it's appropriate for some things. It's actually appropriate in many cases if you're really smart with your strategy and you understand the type of content that you're making. So I'm going to go ahead and do a media query at 1200 pixels for three columns. Oops, let's see here. What's happening? At media, max width. Oh, 1200 pixels. There we go. Let's also adjust our gap. So let's go down to a gap of 2 rems and padding of 2 rems. There we go. I actually think that we could change this much sooner than 1200 pixels. Maybe 1600. And then maybe around 960. We can switch to, I think around 960, we should switch to 2 columns. So we'll do another media query. And I'm going to do 2 auto, 1 rem. 1 rem. Yeah, I just think it looks so nice. And we probably should drop this. We should drop the columns once we get down to maybe around 600. And then at 600 pixels, we're just going to say columns auto. We'll say gap 0, and we won't do anything with that padding. And now it just drops down to 1 column And that is just fine for mobile. That looks great. Then let's go ahead and set, well, we need to style the category. Where is our category? Right here. So I think we can just say text align center, just like that. We'll give it a little bit of margin on the top. We'll say 1 rem. Push that down a little bit. And looks like everything is centered, so maybe it would be better. I really don't like center aligning blocks of text, so I'm not going to. If you want to, you can, but I'm not going to. So I'm going to leave text align center on the category, and then we can go ahead and text align center. Oh, that's the hero. We'll go right here. Masonry, we'll use item. Item, secondary heading, text align center. And we need to make that text a lot bigger, and we also need to take off the font weight. So font weight 400. Font size, maybe 3 rems. Yeah. And then let's change the line height. There is going to be some wrapping. I like to change my line height for any headings to 1.25. I think that looks a lot better. And then let's adjust this margin. So the default is 0.83 ems, which is 39.84 pixels, which in rems would be a little over 3 ems. A little over 3 rems. Well, wait a second. 16, no, it'd be about 2.5 rems. Well, where's our calculator? 39.84. 39.84 divided by 16. About, yeah, look at that, 2.49. So let's do 2 rems. Yeah. I mean, it's wrapping because we added an extra column, but we also have part of our browser closed down. I mean, doesn't this just look nice? I just think it looks great. I love it. Nice and responsive. Okay, now we need to add a little bit of space between the posts. Now, here's the thing. We added break inside a void. And let's think about the box model. The box model is padding, border, margin. If you use margin to put space between those items, the margin is on the outside, not the inside. So we need to use padding to push it away. So I'm going to use 0, 0 on the top, 0 on the left and right, and we can do 4 rems on the bottom to push that down. Just like that. I think that's a bit much. Let's try 2. Yeah, that looks nice and balanced. I love it. I love it. And then let's style our paragraph text. We have a different font. We have Lato for the paragraph text. So let's make that one of our global styles. And that's this, Lato regular. Oops. Actually, it's this. Not the whole thing, just that. And there we go. Beautiful. Look how quickly that came together, and it is already responsive. And the categories worked out perfectly, just perfectly. Oh, and you know what? We weren't styling. I was styling the font size of the H2s when I meant to style the margin. Oops, here we go. Let's just try one rem on the top and bottom. There we go. That tightens that up a little bit. That really helps. I love it. I love it. I think it just looks great. Okay, so now let's work on our footer. So first I'm going to make the background color black, and I'm going to make the text color white. And let's organize our markup here. And there just isn't that much to do in the footer. And again, we have, I would say, a fairly even amount of padding. So I think we could just set padding inside the footer. We could try four rems just to get started. And then let's work on our Instagram wrap. And I'm just going to go ahead and, well, we could do display flex or we could do display grid. Let's do grid, shall we? And then grid template columns. I guess we would do repeat. How many do we have? We have 6, 1 FR. That's technically correct. So now we need to style the images themselves. So we're going to do Instagram wrap figure. And I'm going to say width 100%, height auto, and then aspect ratio 1:1. Then I'm going to say Instagram wrap image, width 100%, height 100%, object fit cover. There we go. Now let's add some gap. I'll do 1 rem. Beautiful. That looks about right, huh? Now if we want to make that responsive, honestly, that was a lot easier than even Flexbox, if I do say so myself. So let's say at around 960, we want to change this grid to a 3x2. Come down here, I'll do a media query. And we'll say grid template columns. Whoops. That's the Instagram wrap. And this is going to be 3. There we go. And then let's tighten up the padding also in our media query. Love it. All right. And I think we could invert the color of our SVG. So here's the SVG for the logo. Here's a style for the fill. Here's a style for the fill. This is probably the letter. It's a very modest SVG, isn't it? So we need to put, we do need to put classes on these if we're going to change the styles. So we'll do a class of, we'll just call it SVG background. And then for this, we would want to do a class of SVG letter. That means that we have to take out this style, take out the inline style. And I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to leave that fill rule in, but I'm just going to take that out. So this should just be black now. So we've got SVG BG. Let's go back up to our footer here. SVG BG. We want the background to be a fill of white. And then we've got the SVG letter. That is gold. We have a fill of gold. I don't know. Hopefully it'll work. Yay, it works. Beautiful. Look at that. Okay. I think then, so we've got the primary logo, then we've got this little contact, and then we've got the social. So I feel like the S, if we did CSS grid, would be 2FR, and then the contact me would be 1, and the follow would be 1. Which makes me think that this also needs to be in a container. So we'll just give this a class of footer info. And we'll do display grid, grid template columns, 2FR, 1FR, 1FR. Oh, I don't think we need commas. And then I don't think we can see where's our navigation. There it is. So we just need to make sure that we've got some padding on the top and bottom. Padding, well, probably margin. We'll give this a little margin. So we're using, on the footer, we're using 4 rems. So we'll just go ahead and do 4 rems on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right to push that down. We probably don't need any on the bottom because the padding for the container is taking care of that. Yep, that looks about right. And then we want to make sure, we need a heading for our socials. Follow. So let's go ahead and add our, well, I'm going to do it up here. footer tertiary heading. We'll do margin 0 on the top, 0 on the left and right, 1 rem on the bottom. We can adjust that if we need to. Text transform, uppercase, and a little bit of letter spacing, 1 pixel. And then we'll style our anchor link. We'll say the color should be white. Whoops. And we're going to say text decoration transparent. We'll say text decoration color. Text underline, text, is it text thickness? Text decoration thickness. I usually do 3 pixels. Text underline offset 5 pixels. And then we'll do a focus hover active for this. Focus hover active, that's the correct order. And then we're going to change the text decoration color to white. And then let's also add a transition. Just give it a little bit of animation to smooth it out. And that's the text decoration color. 300 milliseconds, ease in out. That is what I generally use, but you can use anything that works for you. And there we go. We have a nice transition now. Okay, let's fix up our socials. So here's our footer main social. So we're going to update the fill and the stroke to white because we have both. And I'm fine leaving them both just like this. Yeah. Let's animate the background. So we are animating the anchor link. Main social. Anchor. Focus. Hover. Active. Well, actually, hang on. These are the pseudo classes. We're really just, I think we're really just adding that transition because it already does what I want it to do. We just don't have the transition. There we go. It is a little off kilter, isn't it? And that's because it's got the padding. So the edge of that button is lining up. Let's see if we can so we're using Flexbox and it's got gap, which is fine. Probably the easiest thing to do would be to indent this text. Unless we wanted to put like some negative margin. I don't know. It would be nice if it was lined up though, right? So margin 0, but margin left -1 rem. Instead of margin, it might be better to translate. Translate x -3 rems. We also have a lot of padding here. So this looks pushed a lot further down. We could also just give these a default background. We could also give some padding to our link. I kind of like the idea of just using a little bit of translate X to push this over. So that's what I'm going to do. So that's the footer, main social, transform, translate X -1.5 rems. And then for our link, which is right here, we could just say, we have to say display block in order to add padding. And then we could just add 1 rem of padding on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. Let's see here. So we probably want to say for this, not main social anchor. There we go. Oh, this is in the wrong place. Hang on. Main social footer. Oh, okay. Hang on. I screwed this up. No, I didn't. So this is just for the main social. We want the footer anchor, not main social anchor. And then these. There we go. Now these are nice and aligned. Beautiful. This works great. Love this. So this is the footer anchor, but not the main social anchor. Display block with padding. This is the footer anchor inside of main social. And those styles should not be changed. They should have the same styles as the header. And I think this looks great. Now we need to make sure that on mobile, those are stacking. Now let's make sure that these are stacking. So this holds up pretty well to about, well, actually, no, it doesn't, does it? So 9, yeah. So we're going to, so at 960, well, we could just do 1024 also. Yeah, we should do 1024. We'll stack that. So here's the footer info grid. Footer info. Footer info. Got it. And we're going to change this. Well, we don't need that, do we? We're going to change all of this to just 1 FR. And then let's cut down on this. I mean, this is doing exactly what we told it to, right? So I do think we need, I'm actually going to do 0 margins and a gap of 1 rem. Yeah. Yeah, that works. That's good. And then here's our Instagram wrap. Oh, I guess we are going to need some 1 rem of margin on the top. There we go. The logo is fine. So let's take out the margin. I think we can take out the margin on these H3s. I think we can take out the padding on this. Yeah, that looks good. So this spacing all looks fine to me. And then for main social, I'm going to change I'm just going to change this to flex wrap. So I'm going to change this from no wrap to wrap. And we also need to justify the content. I guess to flex start. Let's try it. Yeah, main social. Okay. Flex wrap. And let's take the, we'll take the transform. We need it a little bit, don't we? I mean, do we want to just center everything in the footer? God, I hate centering things. I honestly can't stand it. I change the transform. Well, let's come back and do another pass at this. I think this is good for a first pass at the footer. Let's take care of our header and come back and take a look at this. So let's go ahead and get this navigation figured out once and for all and make this so it's nice and responsive. So here's what I'm seeing on the mock-up. So we know what our desktop version looks like. And then they did give us a mobile version, but of course they're still showing the entire desktop version. So presumably it's not both. I can't shrink this down to mobile and have nothing in the header. We obviously have to have a hamburger menu, a hamburger button to open the menu on mobile. We have a close button for mobile, and we have to decide what is currently in the header that we show on mobile, because we have some duplicating that we have to do. Now, you could write JavaScript and you could do some DOM manipulation, and there's nothing wrong with that. I personally don't like doing that. I would duplicate something and hide it appropriately before I did any kind of DOM manipulation. That is just my preference. This is what I think I'm going to do. We're obviously going to hide the main navigation on mobile. I am going to duplicate the social navigation in the main navigation element. So let me show you what I mean. So here's the main social, and it's in a nav element. I'm going to take this UL and make a copy, and I'm going to add it here. So technically we have 2 copies now on desktop. I'm also going to put in mobile social. So I'm going to give it an additional class. I don't want to change main social because I don't want to lose my styles, but I need an additional class. So let's find our navigation. Right here. So mobile, social, and display none is the correct way to handle that. Display none hides that not only visually, but it also hides it from screen readers. We do not want this to be read out by a screen reader. So now, let's see here. Did I get that class right? Mobile, social, display none. Let's see here. And so this needs a little more specificity. That's fine. So we just give it that little bit of extra specificity. And now this is display none. That's exactly what we want. We also need to make sure we have our logo on mobile, but I also want this logo to remain in the header even on mobile. So we want it in both places. So I'm also going to add our header, and I'm going to change that to a div right here. But let's change this to a div. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to give this a class of mobile logo. And I'm going to come right down here and we'll say primary logo, mobile logo, display none. And again, that's exactly what I want. I do not want that to display twice. So now inside the nav element, we have our primary logo. We have our actual nav items, and we have our social navigation, those social icons. I think what I am going to do is I'm going to take out this span because we've got the logo in both places, which means we don't need that information to be read out to a screen reader twice. It's already going to be read out to the screen reader on the header. I don't personally think that that also needs to be read out again in mobile when the drawer is open. So I'm going to take out the text, and I'm also going to put an aria hidden true on this div. So it's purely decorative. I'm only doing it because this is what's in the mockup. It is decorative. I do like the way it looks, but it's redundant. We don't need to have this read out twice. So that's the decision that I'm making. Also, it's not navigation, and it's inside of a nav element. I think it's fine to have decorative elements inside a nav element, but I don't think it's a good idea to have non-navigation elements inside a nav element. So if we make this aria hidden true and we just say it's purely decorative, in my opinion, it has no impact on the fact that it's inside the nav element. Next, we need a button. This is going to be our hamburger menu. So we'll do aria label, open menu, and then type equals button. And we'll grab our SVG. Here's the menu. We'll make this aria hidden true. I'm also going to add an attribute, aria expanded false, meaning that on page load on mobile, the navigation is not expanded. It's not expanded until you click the button and open it. And then we'll use a little bit of JavaScript to update this attribute from false to true. We also need an attribute called aria controls. What just happened here? Aria controls nav menu. And I'm going to add an ID of nav menu. And what we're saying is this button controls this element. They're siblings, so they're not really related. And we just want to make sure that the user, a screen reader, always knows exactly what this button is controlling. And then finally, we're going to add a button inside the nav element, and this is the button to close. So we'll say aria label, close menu, and type equals button. And we don't need any of the other aria labels, or aria attributes rather, for this button. So it's inside the nav element, so we don't need aria controls, And we don't need aria expanded for something that is inside the nav element. So we just need our SVG. And that's this close SVG. And again, we'll put aria hidden true. And this is the markup for a responsive, accessible navigation. So we have a button that is a sibling element that comes immediately before the nav element. It has 3 aria attributes. The aria label open menu, aria expanded by default is false, aria controls nav menu. Then we have an ID on the nav element. This is the thing that that button controls. Inside the nav element, we have a button with an aria label close menu and a type of button. Let's also put a couple of classes on these buttons. The first is menu button, and the next is menu open. And I'll do the same thing here. Menu button and menu close. And that's going to help with styling and with our JavaScript. And you can see here, we can see both of those buttons. So we need to hide those on desktop. And we can just say menu button, display none. And that's exactly what we want. We want those to be display none. Okay, let's get our nav element hidden off screen. And I was sort of playing here with the media query or the breakpoint. And I'm going to use a breakpoint of 1024 to hide this, the social navigation, and the linked navigation. And then that's the breakpoint that we'll use to show the hamburger menu. And I'm going to come all the way down here and we'll say media. Max width 1024 pixels. And I'm going to say navigation. And that's the nav element right here. I'm going to say position fixed. Top 0. Left negative 300 pixels. I'm going to give it a width of 300 pixels, a max width of 100%, a height of 100 VH, that's viewport height, a background color of white, and then we also need to change it from a row to a column. So we'll say navigation, main nav, and we're going to change the flex direction to a column, and we'll probably change the gap. And the JavaScript that we add is going to put a class on the body. So for testing, for doing our CSS, we're just going to put a class on the body called menu active. And I let the CSS do all of the heavy lifting. So when we get to the JavaScript portion of this, we're doing click events to toggle this menu active class on the body. I just find that that is the absolute easiest way to do all of this. To not use or rely on JavaScript to do your animations or your transitions, you can do all of that very easily with CSS. So now on mobile, that is hidden. Let's also make sure that we are hiding our nav with the class of social. That is going to be display none. That's perfect. And now we want to show our button. We want to show the menu open button. I'm also going to change the nav wrap, justify content, to space between. And we also have to add a width of 100%. There we go. Now with that menu active class on the body, we want to see how this element will look. So I'm also going to say visibility hidden and opacity 0. And then if it's menu active, navigation. Oh, and we also need to set a transform, translate X. We're going to set that to 0. Now, when the menu active class is available, we're going to say visibility visible, opacity 1, and we'll say transform, translate X 100%. Oh, and we're going to change this to a width of 300, not 100. There we go. And we need to adjust the Z index because we're using fixed positioning. So I think we can just do just like that. And that looks exactly how it should. So now let's make sure that we're also showing inside this nav element, this is display none, and this is display none. So we have to also make sure these are display block when we have that menu active class. So we'll say menu active, and that's the main social, mobile social, menu active, and that's the primary logo, mobile logo. These are both going to be display block. Well, actually, I think this will be display flex. There we go. We could probably make, so I think on mobile they took everything off Well, they excluded the RSS feed icon. I don't know if that was a mistake or not, but clearly their navigation is a lot wider. So let's go ahead and increase the width. There, that makes it a little bit wider. Let's give this nav element a little bit of box shadow. So we'll give it 1 pixel on the x-axis, 0 on the y, 1 pixel of blur and 1 pixel of spread, and then it will be RGBA, which is 255, 255, 255 for white, and then the alpha transparency could be 10%. Let's see here. Oh, we want it to be black, not white. My bad. There we go. Now you can see that there's a little bit of box shadow there. So let's move this down a little bit. We'll see how this works out on mobile, if this is too wide or if we need to take something out here. So I think we can just give this a little bit of margin. It does have a border. It might be better to do all of that on the UL since there's a border right here. Now, I'm not crazy about that gap either. So let's go look at the main nav inside our media query. So here we are inside the media query. So this is everything. The menu is active. So this is everything when the menu is active. That doesn't mean though that we can't get these things styled ahead of time inside the media query. So the main nav, which is right here, we'll give this some margin of 2 rems on the top and bottom and some padding. Also 2 rems on the top and bottom. Then I'm going to say border top 1 pixel solid, and we'll use this gray color, and we'll do the same thing on the bottom. And clearly there's space around, there's padding around the entire element. So let's see if we put 2 rems all the way around. Yeah, that's the trick right there. So we'll put some padding all the way around. And there's a lot more space here in the mock-up, but I don't want there to be this much space on mobile, because once we start to do that, it's just going to make it really, difficult on mobile. You're going to have to scroll to get what you want. I don't think it needs to be that spaced out. And we're already having some trouble here getting everything fit in. So after a little bit of trial and error, the transform, which I normally set to 100%, it actually is a much better approach to set it to the width of the container. Now, I normally do this at 300 pixels, not 400 pixels. I made it a little bit wider though, just to sort of align with the mockup. And setting, instead of this being 100%, setting this to the width of the navigation item, that works the best. So we can see here that this is now scaling properly for navigation. So we have a width of 400 pixels, but a max width of 100%. So for an iPhone, what is this, 12 Pro, it's 390, and it scales down to 390. Perfect. If we go to iPhone SE, 375, that container scales down to 375. So this is working exactly how I want it to. This is perfect. So this is covering the entire area. And I think this works really well. I think this fits in the space really nicely. This is an iPhone SE, so this is about as small as it would get. And of course, this is an iPhone 14 Pro Max, which is a little bit wider. That's fine. There can be a little, that's why we put the box shadow here, so I'm fine with that. And yeah, I think this works really, really well. Now, one thing that I would like to do is take the gap off of these list items and make the tap target a little bit bigger. So let's look for the main nav. Which is right here. And I'm going to say gap 0. And then we'll say navigation, main nav, LI. So you can see now those are nice and squishy. And I think what I'll do for the LIs, we'll say width 100%, and LIs by default have a display of list item. So we should be able to just say width 100%, and you can see there now it's taking up 100%. And then we'll say navigation, main nav, and I want to style that anchor element, which by default is display inline. So we'll say display block, and I'm going to give it some padding of 1 rem on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right, and that should space those out again. Perfect. And then I'm also going to make sure, I think I can say text align center here, but I don't remember. Yes. So we'll add text align center here as well. And now we have a nice big tap target as well. I do want to put a little bit of space in between these list items, just a smudge to push them apart. So I'm going to give them a little bit of margin. I'm going to give them 0.25 rems on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right, and that just pushes them apart oh so slightly. So now, well, we can't see it here, but we can do it here. And of course there isn't a hover on mobile, right? But this is just, I'm just testing. So, and then just to be on the safe side, I mean, I'm not sure if we really need to do that or not. I was kind of thinking we could add a scroll to this inner container. I'm not sure it's necessary because everything fits in here so nicely. And I think if somebody decides to fork this project and use it for themselves, they are welcome to go ahead and do that if they need it. So the last thing that we need to do is make sure that our buttons get styled. And this menu close button is display none right now, so we need to get that showing up in our media query. And I'm actually just going to use the menu button to go ahead and make these both display block. Whoops. So now that's displaying there. And of course this is, let's see here. We need to make sure that our logo and our button are aligned, but we need our main nav and our mobile social to remain in a column. All right, so I think we have this figured out. I decided to call in a little assist from ChatGPT. I said I have 4 divs, they're all in a column. Numbers 1 and 2 should be side by side. 3 and 4 should remain in a column. If I use display grid and grid template columns to FR, to fraction, what do I do to 1 and 2 to get them side by side? So here's what it told me to do. So let's go ahead and try this. All right, we can do it. So here's our navigation. This is like the 3rd time I've tried this. But I know that there's just got to be a way to do it. Grid template columns. It said do 1 FR, 1 FR. All right. And then for divs 3 and 4, see, I don't know if I can use grid column on the last 2 items if there's anything flexbox associated with them. It's the main nav. Where is it here? So it's the div, the button, the main nav, and the main social mobile search. So grid column 1, grid column 2, and I don't think we need this. And then we have main nav. These are the same, so we can group these together. And main social, mobile social. 1, -1. Wait a second, grid column. I don't know, is this going to work? No. Well, it worked for these 2. Oh, I don't think we just need a little more specificity. Oh, grid column. Yeah, it worked. Okay, good. And it didn't mess with our flex direction. And it didn't mess with this either. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Okay, so we have these things lined up now. And we don't have to do anything to the logo. We just have to get our button situated. So yeah, I guess this, I don't know, feels a little messy. It feels a little messy. Sometimes it's messy. Sometimes front end is messy. It's definitely not the messiest. I've had worse. Okay, so menu, button, menu, close. We just need to style menu close. So we'll deal with that right here. And I'm wondering if we can just do something like with auto. No. That means that we have to add a width and a height to our button, which is fine. And let's see if we can push that over with some margin. I think we'll just do 0, 0, 0, and then auto. There we go. That pushes that over. And then we need our SVG to be aligned. It's already pretty well aligned vertically. We just need to align it horizontally. So I think for the SVG, we can just say menu close, SVG, margin 0, auto. There we go. And then the button itself is aligned to the top. So I think, could we say align content? Align content center? No. Here, can we do justify content center? Align items center, yes. Align items center here. Perfect, perfect. And then let's finish styling this button. So I'm going to say border none, background color transparent. And then for this, we do want to give this a little more width, just the SVG. I'm going to say 1.25 rems and a height also of 1.25 rems. Think we don't need padding on the button because we're already defining the width and the height. Let's make sure this has a nice big tab target. There we go. And let's make sure that this has a cursor pointer. And let's see here. So we made our align. Yeah, I'm not surprised that this happened. I think we also need to make sure that this is justify content. Flex start? No. Okay. So we need align items center to center our logo and our button. And then we need align content start to prevent it from being distributed along the entire length or the full height of that container. So align content start. So that's perfect. That looks exactly how I want it to look. Very happy with that. This was deceptively tricky. But grid came in clutch. Display grid really came in clutch, and so did ChatGPT for that matter. So I do think that there's a bit more complexity here than what I normally have in my mobile navigation, but that's how it works sometimes, and it's all working beautifully. And I don't think there isn't anything here that feels like a hack. Everything here still feels like the right way to do this. So this looks great. I'm really, really happy with this. we have to finish some remaining styles here on our button. So let's make sure that we have a hover state, and then let's make sure that we are styling our hamburger menu. So here is our menu close. We'll say menu close, and we're going to style the focus. The hover, and the active. And we're going to change the background color, and I'm going to use the gold. And then we'll add a transition, and we're going to transition the background color. Oops. 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. I'm going to go ahead and use these. And I'm going to make sure, I think this is a fill. So let's just check and see. We'll just put in a color just to see. It is a fill. So I'm going to use black. Oh. And then when we focus, we'll trigger the SVG. Same when we hover, and then also when we are active. Whoops. And we're going to change our fill to white. And let's also add a transition. Transition the fill, 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. There we go. And I usually put a border radius on these things. However, it would sort of match the logo to not. So I think that I'll leave it. How would it look with the border radius? Yeah, we can leave it off. We can leave it off. It's kind of matchy-matchy, right? Okay, now let's style the menu open, which really, it's going to be exactly the same as the menu close. It really is. So maybe we can just change this to menu button. And also, do we have styles up here for menu button? We do. So let's take this display block. There we go. I don't think grid column has any impact here. Yeah, it's grayed out in the browser. So it doesn't really matter if that's there or not. And then let's take out the menu active. And that looks perfect. And again, it is right in line with our logo. Let's make sure that we have a transition for the active, which is right here. I think I'm going to take no, I'll leave all these here. So on the navigation, since that is what we're transitioning, transition, and we are transitioning the transform. 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. So if I delete that, we don't get the transition when it closes, but if I Command Z or Control Z you can see that that slides out. We do have, so it's not a jump, but it kind of looks like a jump, right? When that closes, it looks like a jump because this header, the spacing is a little bit different. So you can see there that the spacing is just a little bit different. So this header has padding of 2 rems. This also has padding of 2 rems. Oh, it's just because I wasn't scrolled down all the way. There we go. So that doesn't really matter. That was kind of a nothing burger. And honestly, I didn't even really plan that. Yeah, that works great. I think the other thing that we need to do is if the menu is open, we don't want this hamburger menu to be visible. Because if somebody's tabbing through, we don't want the keyboard focus to come back on a button that says open the menu when the menu is already open. So we're just going to change the visibility of this button, menu open, when the menu is active. And then changing the visibility to visibility hidden keeps it from getting keyboard focus. So here's menu active styles. So I'm going to say menu active. Menu open. Visibility hidden. And we'll just say opacity 0. I don't know, just to be on the safe side. So now that's gone. We can't access that. We wouldn't get keyboard focus. So if I'm keyboard focus, as soon as I start tapping, I go right into the menu because it's the first thing that gets focus. If this was visible and we started keyboarding or tabbing in, the open button is the first thing that gets focus. So that's why we want to hide that. That's perfect. So next we just need to write a little bit of JavaScript to do some click events for our buttons. We also need some JavaScript so we can hit the escape key to also close this menu. So I'm going to take this class off the body and let's go ahead and start our JavaScript file. And I'll add this to the document. We'll use the defer attribute. Just like that. And we'll say document, add event listener, DOM content loaded. And we'll start with defining the body, document query selector, and then we're going to get both buttons, and that's document query selector all, and that is the menu, let's see here, menu button, gets both buttons. Whoops. Menu button. And then I also just need the open button specifically. That's why I did 2 classes. One that covers both buttons and then a unique class for each button. Helps with styling, helps with targeting with JavaScript. And I'm going to for each through each of the buttons. And then I'm going to do a click event on the button. So we'll do add event listener, click, and then on a mobile device, that would be a tap. Whoops. And then we're going to define a variable called isActive. And we're going to say body class list toggle. So we're going to toggle menu active on the body class. And we're doing two things here. We're toggling the menu active, and then we're defining isActive. So if the class is on the body class, isActive is true. If it's not on the body class, isActive is false. So we'll say if isActive, we are going to target the open button, and we are going to set the attribute aria expanded equal to true. Else, we're going to set the attribute to the open button aria expanded false. Oh, and needs to be a string. Just like that. So let's see if this works. So if we click the button, oh, whoops, what's going on? Let's see here. Oh, and I did not designate these as classes. There we go. So when I click the button, menu active, aria expanded true, and then the button is visibility hidden. Then when I click the close button, we remove that class and we go back to aria expanded false. Now, I just want to put, we're going to put another event listener on here. So if you're a keyboard user and you rely on your keyboard to tab through, you should be able to hit the escape key also to close the menu. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say document, add event listener, and it's key down. And we'll do E for event. And we're going to say if the event key is equal to escape and the body class list contains, so we're checking to see if the body has the class. So contains is either true or false. It's a Boolean. Menu active. So if somebody hits the escape key and menu active is on the body, we'll say body class list remove menu active. And then we're also going to set the attribute on the open button. All right, so let's go ahead and test this. So I'm going to keyboard through. So my mouse is over here off to the right. So I'm going to tab, and you can see that that button gets focus. I'm going to hit enter. That opens the menu because it adds the menu active class to the body. It changes aria expanded to true. Now I'm tabbing through each item, and you can see now I'm in the body, right? But that menu is still open, so I can hit escape, and that closes the menu, removes the class, and changes aria expanded false. And we have our hamburger menu open again. So this is working perfectly. This is Accessible and responsive, it works exactly the way it should. The next thing I want to do is add a class to the body every time we scroll. Once I do that, once I have a body class just for scrolling, and that header moves out of view, we can make that header sticky. We can also reduce some of the padding in the header. So let's go ahead and do that now. First, I'm going to just put a div with the class of on scroll, just like that. And I'm going to put it immediately before the header. I'm also going to put aria hidden true, so it doesn't get picked up by any screen readers. Then in our JavaScript, let's go ahead and define this, the on scroll. So we'll say on scroll equals document query selector on scroll, just like that. And then we're going to use the intersection observer. So I'm going to say const observer equals new observer, new intersection observer. And that will be entry. And then we'll say document body class list add, or excuse me, toggle scrolled. And then we'll put in entry is intersecting. Then we'll put in the parameters, root margin, and I'm going to say, whoops, I have a period there. And I'm going to say, so there are 4 possible values, and I'm going to put in negative 50 pixels just for the top, and then everything else is going to be 0 pixels. So we're not checking any of the other values. Whoops. And then we'll say observer observe on scroll. And let's see if it works. Oh. And this should actually be plus 50, not minus 50. So now we can see that our div is immediately before the header. And then as we scroll 50 pixels past, we get the scrolled class. And then once we go back up, that goes away. And let's go ahead and put some notes in our JavaScript. Always a good idea to add some comments. So this is the toggle for the mobile nav. This is the escape key to close the mobile nav drawer. And this is the on scroll body class. So now that we have this body class scrolled, we're going to use this to change how this header behaves when people scroll. We're going to do a nice sticky header. But first, I want to make some adjustments to the header and to this hero section. So if I close out DevTools, something that I mentioned from the very beginning is that I didn't love how this hero was down kind of below the fold. So let's make this header sticky. Let's give it a little bit of transparency, and let's let the hero come up behind the header. Let's try that and let's see how that looks. But I think that that is going to look better. I think that's going to look how I want it to. So let's go back to our CSS. And in order to do that, I need the body to be position relative. just like that. And the header is going to be position fixed. And I need it to be fixed because I need to take it out of the flow of the DOM and sit over top of the hero. And I'm going to say top 0, left 0, width 100%. And I know we're going to have to give it some z-index, so I'm going to say z-index 1, and then on the body, I'm going to say z-index 0, just to set the proper stacking order. And then I think we also need to make sure that this header has a background color. And we should see that now. There, you can already tell the difference. So you can see now that the main comes all the way up to the top of the document. So let me close this. You can see now how that looks. So now I want, so the hero, let's remind myself here what the aspect ratio is 16:8. It's not 16:9. If it was 16:9, it would cover the screen, well, of a traditional 16:9 ratio. This way, we at least, with 16:8, we have something below kind of peeking through, which is my preference. But let's add a little bit of opacity to this header also. But so far, this is what I wanted. So far, I think this looks good. So I'm actually going to take out the white, and we're going to do RGBA, and it's 255, 255, 255. That's RGB white. And then the alpha transparency, I'm going to put in 90%. So just a little bit of transparency. And you can kind of see that image peeking behind there, which I personally really like. So now, even though part of the image is hidden, we can still see the part that's hidden if there's something that is to be seen, right? So I like this. This gets the point across to me. And we have so much blue sky and clouds, I don't think it's interfering at all with the words or any of the items that a user needs to interact with. There's just the tiniest hint of transparency there, even on scroll. Another thing that we should do is let's give this a little bit of box shadow. So we're going to do 0 for the x-axis, 2 pixels for the y-axis, 1 pixel for blur, 1 pixel for spread, and then again, alpha transparency, the RGB for black is 0, 0, 0, and 10% this time. And that's a pretty, I think 2 pixels might be too much. We'll go to 1. Yeah, that's a lot better. That's a lot more subtle. But you can see that just has the tiniest hint of a box shadow now. Gives it a little, just lifts it off the page a tiny little bit. Okay, so actually this is turning out better than I even thought it would. And we haven't even gotten to the scrolling part yet. So now let's animate our scroll. Let's open the DevTools back up here. So as soon as the scroll appears on the body class, really we're just going to animate the padding. That's all we're going to do. So our padding is 2 rems, and we're going to say scrolled header. And padding, I'm going to do 1 rem on the top and bottom, and we're going to keep 2 rems on the left and right. So I'm not going to change that. We also need to put a transition on the padding. So the transition, padding, oops, 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. Oh, hang on. There we go. Those are not chained together. There we go. Could probably be a lot quicker, huh? So maybe instead of 300, let's try 150 milliseconds. I think even that is too slow. Let's just try 50 milliseconds. That seems a little jarring. Maybe 100. And let's just try, maybe instead of ease in out, I'm actually going to try linear. Yes, linear is much better. All right, so we adjusted the padding. Now let's actually adjust the size of this SVG also. So this is the primary logo SVG, which right now is 4.875 by 4.875. So this would be scrolled primary logo SVG. This is on line 109, right here. Primary logo SVG. So let's take that width down to maybe 3.5 rems by 3.5. Yeah, I like that. And let's also put a transition on that. So we are transitioning the width. Can you transition width? I don't even know. 100 milliseconds linear. So clearly, I think that is transitioning. Kind of seems like it only works in one direction, doesn't it? Maybe this needs a different type of transition. So our transition for the header padding is linear and it's a 100 milliseconds, so it's a little bit faster. And our transition for the width and height of the SVG is a little slower. And we're using ease instead of linear. And I think that that looks just fine, just like that. And we're not reducing the padding on the left and the right. We're just reducing the padding on the top and the bottom. So let's look at this in full screen. We could reduce this even more if we wanted to. I think essentially 2 rems is just fine for on scroll. I think it looks great. Now let's make sure that this looks okay on mobile. So I think we also need to reduce the padding when we go into mobile. So I think if we're in mobile, it should always have that reduced padding regardless. So let's go find, do we have a media query for the header? I don't think so. And we're going into mobile at 1024. So that's what we'll set the header for. So I'll go right here, put the media query at the end, at media, max width 1024, header, padding, 1 rem on the top and bottom, 2 on the left and right, just like that. And then let's also reduce the size of our SVG. So that's the primary logo SVG with a width of 3.5 rems and a height of 3.5 rems. There we go. And that also matches what the scroll is. So I'm not going to change this at all. Perfect. Now let's make sure. I think we could also easily reduce this padding as well. Let's see here. Here it is. Here we go. And so this is the nav element on mobile. So line 316. So the navigation element by default has this huge 2 rems of padding all the way around. So we'll keep the 2 rems of padding on the left and right. And we're already inside the media query. So we can just change this to 1 rem on the top and bottom and 2 rems on the left and right. We also need to change the space right here, immediately above the main nav, because the padding goes around this entire container. And the space immediately below the SVG, the logo, is controlled by the main nav. So we are going to change this right here, line 252. So we're going to change this to 1 rem and this to 1 rem. I think that will do it. Yeah. So we can see now that this border is lining up with our header. Yeah, I think that looks much better. It's a lot tighter. I like that a lot better. Now, we do need to take care of our banner for mobile. I don't think we want this banner underneath the header on mobile. So I think that our header should be probably sticky, not fixed, right? So right now it's position fixed. I think that should be position sticky, which puts it back in the flow and will push the main content beneath it. But we'll still get the effect that we want of that on scroll. So we're going to add position sticky to this media query. Right here. There we go. So we still get that effect, but it's back in the flow of the DOM and it pushes main down just like this. And this still looks perfect. That looks great. There, boom. That is an excellent transition. So we do have a little bit of overlap here with this content area pushing up underneath the header. So here's this section. Here's the hero wrap. But what I'm thinking we can do is just reduce our padding early. So right at 12:15, I'm going to put in another media query for the header. So at media, whoops, max width 1215, and header padding. Actually, we're just going to do it. Hello. We're just going to take this out. We're just going to borrow this. And then that's going to apply to both. So we still have a tiny bit of overlap. But honestly, we could also transition our logo early, couldn't we? There we go. That looks great. I am very happy with that. So now we can keep the aspect ratio that I like, which is 16:8. It just works. We have an on scroll for our header. We have a nice transition for mobile to reduce that padding and avoid any overlap. But then we also go into mobile and pull that hero, that main content down. That just looks great. I'm very happy with this transition. And these always line up. So anytime you open this and then close it, it just looks seamless. It looks really, really nice. I love this. And I don't know, this did not seem too fussy to me. A lot of times, these things can seem very fussy. I thought this was totally reasonable. So now we have on mobile, as this gets smaller, we can still see that image behind this box. I'm not really going to do anything else with this. Let's work on clamping the text inside of our hero. And I have to think about how I want to deal with this image. I think I might be okay with that hero image being covered up. But let's see. Okay, so our font size right now is 3 rems. This is line 395. Here we go. Okay, so we know that the desktop size is 3 rems. I think the mobile size could be 1.5 rems. And then I think the in-between size, let's try 2.5 VW. And I think there is a mathematical way to deal with this. But I tend to wing it. Yeah, so let's try 2 rems. Two VW, 3 rems. So we're at 2. 1.75. So we're at 1.75 pretty early. Which makes me think that this should still be 2.5. There we go. Yeah, I actually think that looks pretty gosh darn good. Pretty good. And then let's make sure, because this should be a link, right? In fact, I think we need to make all of our titles links. So that would be this right here. So we put that inside the H2 because anchor links are inline elements. The H2 is a block level element. And we'll make sure that that is styled. I'll go right here. We want to make sure all of our links are styled, and we're going to style it with this blue color. So the color will be blue. And we're going to say text decoration color, oops, is also going to be blue. The text decoration thickness is going to be 2 pixels. The text underline offset is going to be 3 pixels. So that looks pretty good. Actually going to change this to transparent. Just wanted to see how that looked. And then we'll do focus. Oops. Hover. Active. Text decoration color. Blue. And then we're going to do a transition. Text decoration color is what we are transitioning. 300 milliseconds. Ease in, out. There we go. Beautiful. And now we're going to do the same thing to our titles. And we should check and make sure that these look okay on mobile as well. Actually, I think these look fine on mobile. Yeah, I think these look fine. Let's see what these look like when they're transitioning. Maybe these could be clamped a little bit. What do we think? We could give them the same clamp as the hero. Let's see here. Let's try it and see how it looks. So this is the item secondary heading on line 473. Let's grab 409. Oh, I like that. I really like it. It's very consistent. They all size together. Yeah, I think that looks great. I have a huge screen. I have a 27-inch monitor. I know I've already said that, but that looks terrific. Very happy with that. So let's make sure now in our markup I'm going to highlight anything that is immediately above, and I can see down here at the bottom that I have 10 selections, and I'll move the cursor to the beginning, and I should be able to add an anchor to all of these at the same time. And we'll check and see. Yes. So now everything is highlighted. Beautiful. Oh, shoot, I screwed up the beginning. That's okay. We can fix that. There we go. I love it. Making those titles blue actually just looks really nice. Gives it a little bit of color. Do we think that that underline is dark enough? Or thick enough, rather. Right now I have it set to 2 pixels. Let's try 3 and see how that looks. I think that looks a lot better. Yeah, I love it. I am so pleased with this. So pleased. Now, let's, this title does look a little off kilter, doesn't it? Reluctantly going to text align center that title. Yes. So that's the hero wrap, secondary heading, line 409. I don't like centering things, but we do it sometimes if we need to. So we'll just go ahead and say text align center. Yeah, that does look better. We do have an awful lot of padding in there. Wondering if we should reduce this padding a little bit and adjust that border. So line 382. So here's the hero wrap for desktop, 4 rems. And then these are the calculations. So let's go down to our hero. We'll do a media query here. We'll say max width 1024, hero wrap, and I'm going to say padding 2 rems. And then we'll say hero wrap. I think we did before. Pseudo class before. And then let's just copy this. And then we can make our adjustments. So instead of 4, it will be 2 and 2, and then 1 and 1. And we don't need the positioning. Whoops. We don't need the positioning. We don't need the border. We just need those calculations. Yes, that looks much better. And the border matches the padding around each of our items. So it's a very consistent look. And you can still see the image behind. I think that looks great. I love it. Is there anything else that we can tighten up? Sometimes mobile styles are just a matter of tightening things up, right? So here we have a lot of extra padding on desktop between these items. So maybe we take that, I think we could just take that down to 1 and that would help. So let's do that. That's item line 482 right here. So let's do that. Oh, and we're already doing that at 960. Oh, but that's on the Masonry columns. So let's add it to 960. When we go down to 2 columns, or maybe we could just do that when we're down to 1 column. So we'll say item. And the padding, 0, 0, and 1 rem. Yep, I think that makes a big difference. And I'm not going to adjust anything else. I think this looks great. I'm happy with this. We could adjust these images. So right now they're squares. We could change the aspect ratio of these images. But it defeats the purpose of a Masonry layout, which is that you let your images be whatever resolution they were originally. So I'm just going to leave them. We're just going to leave them alone. All right, so I'm also noticing I like this transition where we're reducing our padding and we're preventing that overlap. So that's good. And then right here, I think by the time we get down to one column, that's fine. I am kind of thinking that it would be nice to maintain some space on the left and right here. So we have a width of 768 and a max width of 100%. We could actually change this to be a max width of 100% minus 2 rems. And I think that will keep that space on the sides for us. So that is line, what is it here? 368. And I would add that to the desktop styles. So the max width instead of 100% would be calc 100% minus 2 rems. There we go. And we still have this continuity of a rem all the way around. And maybe we should just go ahead and put a rem of padding on the top and bottom. That might look nice. Now we have that padding all the way around. Yes. I love it. I love it. So we can still see that image nicely framed around that box, that content box. That looks great. But we still have the continuity of this one rem of space all the way around everything. Love it. Perfect. Yeah. Wow, that just looks great. You know, the other thing I was thinking about doing is, well, again, I have a pretty big monitor. I was thinking about changing this so it's always 3 columns instead of 4. Whoops. Let's just see how that looks. So here we have 4, and then we're switching to 3 at 1600. And we're changing the gap and the padding. So now we always have 3 columns, which I kind of like. So if we zoom in a little bit, like let's say we zoom into about 150, which I think this is, on my big monitor, I think this is a kind of a traditional laptop experience. Yeah, I actually really, really like this. So I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep a 3 column layout and take this out. And then I'm going to take out this media query. So then we're going from 3 columns to 2 columns at 960. So let's just make sure that that does hold up. I mean, I guess I'm kind of thinking that we may want to change to 2 columns at 1024, which is when everything else is starting to pop into a mobile style. And this is totally normal, by the way, to come back through and refine your styles. The closer you get to the end, the more common this is. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Now here's the other thing that I'm noticing is that I think for the header at 1024, we should change our padding to be 1 rem all the way around. Yeah. So here we've got two rems of padding on the left and right, and that's in line with what's going on in the body and what's happening all the way around our images. It's also in line with what is happening in this content box, where we've got 2 rems before that border. But then as we get down to 1024, now we're reducing our padding all the way around. And can you see that little jump there? I think that means that we are going to want to do the same thing in this navigation container. Which is right here. So we already changed the padding here once. We can change this again for mobile. So that's line 252. So we're just going to go with 1 rem all the way around. There we go. So now we have to make sure that on scrolled, we also, where is that? So this is the desktop. So we're just going to want to make sure that we've got the same thing inside of our media query, which is, we'll do this. So this covers both scenarios now. There we go. Perfect. So now everything is lining up there. I love it. It's these little touches that I think make front-end development so fun. So fun. Beautiful. Okay, so the last thing that we're going to do is work on our footer. So there's just a couple things happening here in the footer that are a little bit weird. And it's this right here. And part of the weirdness has to do with the fact that I reused some class names. So there's a little bit of overlap in the class names. So here I was using a transform and a translate, but really I think all I need to do is change the justify content to flex start. Now it is going to be a little off kilter because of the padding. So maybe we do want to put the translate in there just to move it over a little bit. So that means if you hover, it's going to look like it's pushed a little bit too far to the left. We could also center these H3s over top. That might be a better approach. So instead of, well, first of all, let's take out this transform, line 580. It was a nice attempt, but I don't think it's working the way I wanted it to. So I'm going to take that out. Let's just comment out the whole thing. And then also you can tell that this is centered. I mean, I'm kind of thinking that for these two containers, it might be better to just center align these things and call it a day. Let's do that. I think that that is a better approach. So that would be footer, we've got the H3. So let's just do, these are the only tertiary, which also tertiary is spelled wrong. So let's fix that. And tertiary. Let's take this out. And we don't just want to center the heading, we just want to center the entire container. So here's our Instagram wrap. Here's our footer info. Here's the primary logo. So here's footer contact and footer social. And the main social is already justify content center. So let's just do footer contact, footer social, text align center. Yeah. Let's make sure that we don't already have. No, we don't. So we'll do this right here. So we'll say footer, contact, and footer, social, text align, center. It's my least favorite thing to do, but I think sometimes it just works. Yeah, it's my least favorite thing to do for a reason. I don't like how it looks. How does this look on mobile? And what is even happening? Why is this disappearing? Oh, because of our header style. See, this is what happens when you get clever. That's okay. So let's look at our media query. So we'll say footer, social, display block. There we go. And we have to kind of reverse engineer these. I mean, I guess it could be worse, right? I suppose we could just center this as well. We're going to have to change this to, well, I guess we could just give this some margin to center it. And our SVG in the footer is getting all of the styles of the header, which wasn't my intent, but I guess I'm fine with it. Let's just make sure that we can center this. So this is the footer primary logo SVG. Footer primary logo SVG. It's display block, so we should just be able to say margin 0 auto. There we go. And then let's we either need to get rid of the margin or get rid of the gap. I think we can get rid of this gap. Yep. So let's take out that gap. That's line 615 right here. And I bet we don't need this margin either. But for this SVG, we do need a little bit of margin. That's the only thing that needs margin. Everything else is good. So that's this right here. There we go. This, I admit, looks balanced. I'm good with this. It's fussy. And you know, maybe that SVG could be just a little bit bigger too. I think I am going to make sure that that SVG is a little bit bigger because it really doesn't have a dedicated style for desktop. So let's make sure that that width is 4 rems, height 4 rems. Maybe 5 rems is a little bit bigger. That's a lot of space. Yeah, let's take that down too. Bump this up to 5. I like it. You know what? I can live with this. I can live with this. I like it. Yeah, that's a footer that I can live with. What do we think? This is it. We did it. We're done. I think it looks great. I think it looks fantastic. Well, everybody, thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. Do me a favor, if you enjoy this type of content, please give the video a thumbs up. If you're not already subscribed yet, I would love to have you. Please subscribe to the channel and let me know down in the comments if there's anything else that you would like to see me build. I do live streaming every weekend, every Saturday and Sunday, 10:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I record extra videos during the week. These are sort of my midweek project videos. Let me know if there's anything else that you would like to see me build. Have a great rest of your day wherever you are. Bye-bye.